Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge, a game with not one, not two, but three trademark symbols in the title screen alone. The intro sequence jumps right to the title screen alone. The intro screen alone. The intro sequence jumps right into a cutscene presented through comic book style panels, which honestly is kinda cool. Spider-Man notes the missing and then the intro sequence jumps right into a cutscene presented through comic book style panels, which honestly is kinda cool. Spider-Man notes the missing X-Men members lately, notices Gambit walking down the street, and then the intro sequence jumps right into a cutscene presented through comic book style panels, which honestly is kinda cool. Spider-Man notes the missing X-Men members lately, notices Gambit walking down the street, and then he's sucked into a garbage truck or whatever. Thus we lead into the very first stage with Spider-Man breaking his way. Thus we lead into the first stage Hey chat, welcome out to another super boring editing stream as Jared sits here and does a bunch of work. His way into a compound. Let me start with this. Thus we lead into the very first stage with whatever. Thus we lead into the Thus we lead into the very first stage with Spider-Man. With Spider-Man breaking his way into a compound. Let me with Spider-Man breaking his way into a compound. Spider-Man breaking his way into a compound. Let me start with this. For a 1993 Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis game, Spider-Man plays pretty great. His compound. Let me start. Let me start with this. For a 1993 Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis game, Spider-Man plays pretty great. His running and great. His run. So reminder chat, I may not be interacting a whole lot because I'm gonna be pretty focused on getting this dang video made and done. Phantom Pingu, thanks to the resub. Also, M Fairy gifting out a sub to HM Girl Potpourri. Double check my volumes here. Yeah. There we go, that's a little better. There we go. Running and jumping is as responsive as it can get. Shooting. His running and jump. His running and jumping is as responsive as it can get. Shooting. Shooting webs is good, but I would not have expected any game to capture his mobility. But I would not have expected any game to capture his mobility. To capture his mobility as well as they can in 16 bits. He can stick to and climb almost any wall, but most important, any wall, but the stream chat is doubled backwards. Oh, weird, it is. Why is it doing that? There we go. Thank you. I don't know. I'm just gonna move on like nothing happened. But most importantly, they nailed his web swing. The sound effect is perfect. The sound effect is perfect. You can control swing. The sound is perfect. You can The sound effect is perfect. You can control the height of the swing. I'm gonna get closer to that, I think. How do y'all feel about the new Sonic game reveal? I mean, didn't really reveal a whole lot. It seemed like it's going to be open world. That's what I kind of got out of it. I don't know, but they didn't like actually show any of the gameplay, so, you know, it's always difficult to have, at least for me personally, I don't get excited over that stuff. Like, they basically said, we're making another Sonic game, which, like, obviously, you're always going to be making Sonic games. The sound effect is perfect. You can control the height of the swing, but most importantly, this effect perfect. You can control the height of the sound effect is perfect. You can control the height of the swing, but most important. Have you checked my PO box? I have. I have a couple of packages. They have not opened them yet. I just kind of have them right now. I'll save them for a. Well, I was going to say a rainy day, but every day has been rainy. It was super. It was like danger storms last night. I feel like You can control the height of the swing, but most importantly, the speed and momentum registers in a believable way. Seriously, no other... Maybe I'm footage of me doing a little web swing. But surely I did. For funsies. Damn it. There we go. Perfect. Art stream? Sort of. I mean, there's no other, like, creative category under Twitch. And some people consider editing an art form. Yeah, there's like literally no other category I could put it under, so I just kind of went with this one. No other video game at the time comes close to how good Spider-Man feels here. They even have his spider sense, which is feels here. They even have his spider sense, which is a mini radar that directs Spider-Man to locating these blinky light. Spider-Man to locating these. Locating these blinky light things that must be collected in order to open up the exit door. The first stage is a great introduction in order to open up the exit door. The first stage
Okay.
The first stage is a great introduction level. Plenty of space for Spider-Man to roam. Great introduction level. Plenty of space. plenty of space for Spider-Man to roam around, some simple robots to shoot down, Spider-Man to roam around, some simple... Yeah, which robot haven't I shown yet? Or this guy? Some simple robots to shoot down, and a bit of a scavenger. A scavenger hunt for those blinky things to encourage learning all of his mobility options. I have replayed this I have replayed this first level so many times because of just how fun it is to be Spider-Man, climbing on walls and doing some swinging. Then you beat the first swinging. Then Chat, how quickly can I put this whole dang video together? This is what I got so far. Seems like a lot. And you beat the first stage and are instantly reminded that, oh yeah, this is an LJN game. Spider-Man fine. Spider-Man fine in real stage and are instantly reminded. Oops. You're reminded that, oh yeah, this is an LJ. I don't think it says LGN anywhere in the intro. I guess it does there. AN game. Spider-Man finds and releases the X-Men, only for Arcade to appear. For those unaware, Arcade is a Marvel Comics villain, but like D tier. His whole thing is he I'll have to be showing a lot of other medium footage. His whole thing is he captures people and forces them to escape his contrived death games in his arena, subtly named Murder World. And yeah, he pretty much always looks like this. White suit, green shirt, stupid yellow bow tie. With the X-Men released, they all need to escape Arcade's murder games, which gives each hero 2 levels of their own to fight through, all with their own style of gameplay. They also all have their own style of being so, which gives each hero 2 levels of their own to fight through, all with their own style of gameplay. They also all have their own style of being so aggravatingly bullshit difficult that it'll make you pull your hair out. Surugi Kage, thank you for the resub. I remember playing this back in the day. I only liked Wolverine's levels. I don't like Wolverine's levels. I think it's like the most straightforward levels you can play because you're Wolverine. You like just run around and stab stuff. But his actual levels are the biggest amount of bullshit. You can play as any hero and complete their stages in any order. Spider-Man continues to play. You can play as any hero and complete their stages in any order. Spider. Okay, let's see. So number 2 is a lot of Cyclops. Number 1, I think I just want to have Gambit get lives. Yeah. Number 3's got Storm. And some Spider-Man, okay. There we go. STL Card Fan, thanks for the resub. Spider-Man continues to play. Spider-Man continues to play mostly like he did in the intro stage, only it's a more straightforward get to the end instead of having to find a bunch of keys. Only now there are way more enemies. Only now. I like that part. I think I need to show more actual enemies, though. That part's a little silly. Only now there are way more enemies, way more enemies, I don't really have any instant death pitfalls in here, aside from landing in spikes. Way more damaging spikes and instant death pitfalls everywhere. It's way easier. think I need to show him getting hit by spikes. Not even spikes. Just like cables. Well, number 4 is all Wolverine. More attempts at Spider-Man. I don't know if I ever hit the cables. Surely I did, right? I suck enough that that would happen. Oh, right here. Perfect.
Pitfalls everywhere. It's way easier damaging spikes in way more damaging spikes in instant death pitfalls everywhere. It's way easier to take a bunch more damage in these levels, and the health items don't levels and the health.
Cold today, chat. Mighty cozy blanket. Was there ever a decent pre-PlayStation Spider-Man game? No. There wasn't a decent Spider-Man game until Spider-Man 2. For, like, GameCube. Am I still waiting for my heat to get fixed? Yup. They were here on Thursday. Started fixing it, stopped, and then said, there's another part that's broken. So we need to order this other part that's also broken. And that part, we'll order it, but you know, it's not going to show up for like maybe 2 weeks. And about 2 weeks from now is the holidays, so we really don't know when we're going to get back. To which, you know, all I can do is just be like, okay.
Health items don't restore a whole lot. The health items don't restore a whole lot. But don't worry, you can also get a bunch of these to take a bunch more damage in these levels, and the health items.
I feel like these two are visually similar.
And the health items don't restore a whole lot. But don't worry. But don't worry, you can also get a bunch of these different colored spider tokens. And what do these get you? These get you points for a high score. That's it. His spidey sense is reduced down. That's it. His spidey sense is reduced down to warning you when a boss shows up, which the first one that does is the Shocker. He's an easy fight that is entirely skippable, and he explodes into that is entirely skippable, and he explodes into more health. Entirely skippable, and he explodes into more health. But then into more health. But then
Even get to the second boss of the stage. Which is also the Shocker.
But then in the same level, the second boss is also the Shocker. And then in the same level, the Shocker. And then in the same level, there is a third boss. This guy! Now, I consider myself decently well versed in the Marvel universe, and I had no idea who this red pterodactyl is. Thankfully, a bunch of helpful Nassatir, a demon.
Yeah, so we're gonna need to get a bunch of replacement footage. I'll label that orange for ProJared to fix.
Off of them.
I'm gonna show like a bunch of comic panels and stuff talking about
Demo Goblin, and uses the transmode virus to convert others into techno matters.
Because this whole thing, like, I just talk about the history of Nassatir and his whole deal.
Thankfully, a bunch of helpful people who watch me play through this over on my gameplay channel pointed out that this is Nassatir, a demon from Limbo who once kidnapped 13 babies to sacrifice them in a ritual known as Inferno, and once took over the body of Hobgoblin to become Demo Goblin, and uses the transmode virus to convert others into techno matter so he can feed off of them. In here, Nassatir poops gems when he gets hit that heal you ever so slightly. Of them. In here, Nassatir poops gems when he gets hit that heal. Gems when he gets hit that heal.
Have a better gem pooping shot. Not really. Maybe here. But it doesn't matter too much.
Oops, gems when he gets hit that heal you ever so slightly. Nassatir poops gems when he gets hit that heal you ever so slightly. That heal you ever so slightly. Hit that heal you ever so slightly. Hit that heal you ever so slightly. When he gets hit that heal you ever so slightly. Cyclops poops gems when he gets hit that heal you ever so slightly. Cyclops.
There we go.
Slightly. Cyclops plays very differently than.
That's about what I wanted.
Spider-Man. Cyclops plays very differently than Spider-Man. While his running and jumping are the same, he can shoot his eye. Are the same, he can shoot his eye lasers.
You're gonna show me shooting lasers all around. Here kind of works.
And jumping are the same, he can shoot his eye lasers in all the directions. But for good measure, he can also punch. But for good measure, he can also his eye laser. But for good measure, he can also.
I had a shot of me running up and punching a dude. Where was that? There we go.
But for good measure, he can also punch and do what has to.
There we go. Ah, my hands are cold. I need to get gloves. Work gloves. Do I have a shot of me just standing around and doing a kick? Like, I know I've kicked a lot of dudes. Come on, show the kick. Damn it. Dang, I might need to go get this on my own. I had a moment where I was just standing still and being like, lol, his kick. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. Like, I know I kicked that guy. Oh, look at this. Might get a better shot of that later, I guess. Farmcat, giving a sub to spell. Also, Chippy Acer thanks for the 200 heat bits.
Do what has to be the most uncomfortable, awkward kick. Do what has to be the most uncomfortable, awkward kick I've ever seen someone do. Seriously.
Yeah. I probably need to go back and just get that. I'm the Twig with 120 bits. Thank you so much.
For whatever reason, Cyclops' stage is running through my...
I showed off the kick in the second YouTube video. Yeah, which should have been somewhere in here, but I'm not seeing it at all for some reason. Maybe my second attempt at Cyclops' level. Uh-oh. Just leave yourself with Premiere? Yeah, Premiere lost itself. Alright. Restart Premiere. Yeah, that's what I thought on Onyx Sunken Grotto. I could have sworn I showed it off, but I'm like, just not seeing it. DB. Also got the 100 bits for the new heater and warmth. Thank you. And GPOW, also with 500 bits. Thank you. It's fine, I'll just move on. It's really not that important. I need to have this right now. So it might be easier and cleaner if I just get it later. Maybe it was here? Hold on, might be able to use it there. It'll work for my purposes at least. Amelia's also coming with that resub. That's where I give up and go back to Spider-Man. Oh, this has Cyclops' first stage defeated. Back at it again.
Mine shafts, which means at home. For whatever reason, Cyclops' stage is running through... For whatever reason, Cyclops' stage is running through mine shafts, which means riding minecarts. Annoyingly...
I'm gonna save that part for later. William Nielsen gifting out 5 subs to the chat. What are my thoughts on Genshin Impact? I have not played it and have no interest in playing it. So, no thoughts. Kind of looked like just typical anime weeb shit to me.
At home. For whatever reason, Cyclops' stage is running through mine shafts, which means riding minecarts. Annoyingly, he can only use his optic blast while standing still. Annoyingly, he can... riding minecarts. Annoyingly, he can only use his optic blast, which means aiming has you stand completely still to shoot. Annoyingly, he can only use his optic blast while standing still. Annoyingly, he can only use his, which means aiming has... Which means aiming has you...
Whoops.
Blast while standing still. Annoyingly, he can only use his optic blast while standing still.
Try to change that up in a bit. Cat gifting out 25 subs. That's 25 new people who have to hang out with me for the next 30 days, including right now, while I'm editing this video. As I Am the Twig follows up with 10 more subs. Thank you, guys. Thanks, congrats everyone caught in that sub bomb. If you got a sub, make sure you put that ProJared sub bomb emote in the chat. Ooh, excuse me.
While standing still, which means aiming has you stand completely still to shoot.
Oh, there it is.
Annoyingly, he can only use his optic blast.
Did a couple of those optic blasts. Which one did I like?
Optic blast while standing still. It only uses optic blast, which means aiming has you stand completely still to shoot, and before you can look down to while standing still, which means aiming has is optic blast while standing still, which means aiming has you stand still, which means aiming has you stand completely still to shoot, and before you can look down to fire, you have to shoot, and before you can look down to fire, you have
There's a part where I crouch down and shoot two dudes on these green platforms. I think it's right there. Yeah, here we go.
You have to crouch first. It's hard to explain without the controller in your hand, but it makes Cyclops' control stiffer than the stick that's always up his ass. You're all up his ass. You're
Huh? Ugh. Storm time? Yeah.
all know Storm, right? She can control the wind and fly. And according to LJN, the best way to translate all of that into a video game game make her swim. All of her levels are underwater. She can still swim. All of all of her levels are underwater. She can still shoot lightning bolts at least while water. She can still shoot lightning bolts at least while somehow also not electrocuting herself. Weird. Weird.
Alright.
Weirdly, Storm's levels are also the easiest because instead of a life bar, she has air. And as long as you can keep her head above surface, you can keep her air maxed out. Doesn't mean it isn't stressful though, because above surface, of a life bar, she has air. And as long as she has air, and as long as you can keep her air. As long as you can keep her head above surface, you can keep her air maxed out. Doesn't mean it isn't stressful though, because every it isn't stressful though, because every bit of damage depletes her air quickly. I swear I can hear. It isn't stressful though, because every bit of damage depletes her air quickly. I swear.
That part where I almost drowned, but like I get air at the last second. I had that somewhere. Maybe here.
I can hear the drowning music from Sonic the Hedgehog every time I play her. At least they're still my favorite.
Yeah, it's super satisfied with that footage there, but I'll worry about it later. That scream, dude, I know. McBork, thank you for resubscribing. Alright, let's get some Gambit up in here. Oh, I forgot to... I need to put somewhere in the script that They got his last name wrong. Remy Bedreau?
At least they're still my favorite X-Man, Gambit. His stages. Gambit. His stages are about.
Oh, what's up, Noomtron? Thanks for stopping by.
His stages are about what you'd. Stages are about what you'd. His stages are about what you'd.
A better shot at that. Maybe here.
His stages are. Stages are about what you'd. Man, Gambit. His stages. Gambit. His stages are about what you'd. His stages are about what you'd. Throughout the entirety of. Let's run from a massive spiked ball into death. Moving. Throughout the entirety of his level, you must run from a massive spiked ball of instant death. This means constantly moving forward. Throughout the entirety of his level, you must run from a
Do I have any more shots of the ball catching up, though? I might have been too fast. Yeah, I just died too much there.
level. You must run from a massive spiked ball of instant death. This means constantly moving.
Why does the screen not show what's ahead? Look right there.
All of instant death. This means constantly moving forward, not knowing what's coming ahead, and taking a massive amount of damage from every single enemy that hits you. Bullets deal less it hits you.
Yeah, Dahlia.
It hits you. Bullets deal less damage than getting booped by an enemy. Now you can stop by an enemy. Now
Not sure if I got footage of it. Maybe on a different attempt. 3 is Storm and Spider-Man. 4 is Wolverine. This one is more Cyclops and Spider-Man, but Spider-Man actually defeating his Doge. 7 is more Cyclops. 8. Fucking Juggernaut. Spider-Man level 2. More Juggernaut attempts. Just oops, all Juggernaut attempts. There's Gambit. So you can stop the spike ball if you hit it with cards. And I know I did that at some point. Yeah, here we go. That kind of works. Whatever.
you can stall the spiked ball by hitting it with one of Gambit's cards. However, an enemy. Now you can stall the spiked ball by hitting it with one of Gambit's cards. However, unlike
Need to show myself a ring on the cards. That works well enough.
Gambit's cards. However, unlike every other character in the game, Gambit is the only one with limited ammo. If you run out of...
There we go. You wasted your hard-earned allowance as a kid on this beast? Damn, that feels bad. Sorry to hear you had to spend your money on that. All my attempts actually do just straight up go down to 0 cards. Where was that? I swear I was just looking at it. This it? Yeah, there we go. Just 0 cards.
Ammo. If you run out of cards, you're pretty much dead. Especially since there are times where you have to break. Times where you have to break through blocks to progress forward. You need to make sure you're killing enemies.
Come on, show me like just missing that one little
Where you have
block.
to break through blocks to progress forward. You need to make sure you're killing
this.
enemies to progress forward.
How am I not hitting
You need
it?
to make sure you're killing enemies with kinetic card throws so that they drop. Especially since there are times where you're pretty much dead. Pretty much dead. Especially since cards, you're pretty much dead. Especially since there are times where you have to break through blocks to progress forward. You need to make sure you're killing enemies with kinetic card throws so that they drop more cards, all while running away. Cards, all while they drop more cards, all while running away from certain doom.
There we go. Have I ever done a Princess Maker 2 review? I have not, but Peanut Butter Gamer has. Are you thinking of a video that he did, perhaps? Did I ever play that Princess board game that was sent to me? I never got around to playing it, no. I was gonna try to play it with... Brutal Moose specifically, like, wanted to play. And we were gonna do that. And like, that was one of my more ambitious plans I had, you know, in ages past, where if I wanted to do more, expand out my horizons a little bit. Like I wanted to do more like actual tabletop / board game videos. It was gonna be like myself, Ian, Jeff, and Austin, where we just play like 90s ass board games because I thought it'd be funny. The logistical part of that is pretty difficult because, you know, the camera setup and microphones and all that. But also, like, when I wanted to do that was when I was not in a safe home environment, so I really couldn't have people over, and I couldn't really go anywhere. And then the pandemic, so...
What the?
Oh, this is where we talked about Wolverine.
What the hell? What the hell is this? What? Oh, what? What the hell? What the hell is this? What?
Have I played Halo Infinite yet? No. I'm not really a Halo player. The only one I ever tried playing is I got Halo 3, and I played it as like a co-op campaign with some friends. That was fun. But I'm not like... I tried playing the online mode, and like it just... The way it controls and plays out doesn't really click with me.
What the hell is this? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? What the hell is that? Why?
Trying to get that big spooky background clown.
Why? Why clowns?
Doom, let it doom, da da do da 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 do 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 do. Bum.
What the hell is that? Why? Why clown? No! Why? 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 Why?
God damn.
Why?
Let's go back near the beginning. Wolverine just gets slapped by a pie.
Why clowns? Why Jack in the Boxes with Tommy guns? Why? Why Jack in the Boxes with Tommy guns? Weird. Why Jack in the Boxes with Tommy guns? Weird clawhound clowns on.
Dude, that's remix. It's a good remix. 30th anniversary Capcom Oster project of original. This is good. Was it a remix of? It's of Maya Phase theme from Phoenix Wright.
Guns. Weird clawhound clowns on Roombas? Bomber clowns on Roombas?
I wouldn't mind another Phoenix Wright game. I know there's great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but it's not Phoenix. You know? Also, like, I've been playing great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and I have not been too into it.
Buzz bomber planes? And the entire... And the...
Looking for clown laughter. There works.
Entire time. The entire time. Clown laughter. Playing as Wolverine. The entire time. The entire time. Clown laughter. Playing as Wolverine is...
Nah, that could still happen a little bit sooner.
Playing...
Not that fast.
Clown laughter. Playing as Wolverine is honestly as smooth.
Get a better one towards the beginning too. Actually, I think that clip in general is just better.
The entire time, clown laughter. Laughter.
Perfect. The jury trials are kind of tedious. Yeah. Well, also, like, the deduction part, or the deducing or whatever, wasn't very cool either. Like, I thought that was going to be a little bit neater than it actually is. I also just didn't really care for a lot of the characters. Like, I don't know, I thought... First off, his name is Herlock Sholmes, which is just... dumb. Just dumb. Like, lazily dumb. Increase that volume. Too much.
Playing as Wolverine is honestly as smooth as Spider-Man. Run, jump, claw.
I know, it's a localization thing, but it's also just like... a little too on the nose. Like, not even like clever pun like a lot of the other names.
Playing as Wolverine.
Yeah, better I'll cut that.
Playing as Wolverine is honestly as smooth as Spider-Man. Run, jump, claw stuff. He also has a button that makes his claws pop in. Spider-Man. Run, jump, claw stuff. He also has... He also has a button that makes his claws pop in. He also has a button that makes his claws pop in and out, which you gotta admit, few things are as cool as being able to control the stick it sound. If you keep your claws away,
I have a good shot of me regenerating. I know I did at some point. I mean, I know I did a lot mid-boss fight. I feel like I had a time where I just was low on life and I just stopped and sat there. It was one of my later attempts. I can show it there. I don't think it's the best example of it. Yeah, maybe I just need to look for... Because there was a couple times right before the boss where I just sat there and like tried to heal up as much as possible. Not that attempt. No. Damn it. Fuck. A lot of times I just kind of jump in there. Oh, right here. Amazingly. There we go. That's all I wanted.
If you keep your claws away, Wolverine will even regenerate a set amount of life back. You could even claw through certain walls back. You could back. You could even
Whatever was his boss? I think it's Apocalypse? I really don't know.
life back. You could even claw through certain walls with his uppercut. Again, this is actually pretty cool.
There we are. Thanks for the resub.
It's actually pretty cool. I've been glancing over this entire time is how incredibly bullshittingly difficult everything about this game is. You're gonna die a lot.
I know exactly what to show there. Cyclops, where you at? Game Boy Castlevania? Damn it. There it is. Perfect.
Pretty cool. What I've been glancing over this entire time is how incredibly bullshittingly difficult everything about this game is. You're gonna die a lot. Gonna die a lot.
Perfect. I like how the death yell also sounds sound like Cyclops or whatever X-Man just heard someone out on the street drop the like sickest burn. So then they're just like, oh!
Remember the Cyclops minecarts? What I did. Remember the Cyclops minecarts? What I didn't mention is that
That was all Wolverine level. This was all... No, there's some more Cyclops in there. this fucking jump. There's a part where, like, I was at a minecart and I got hit, like, mid-air. And, like, just fell and died. What was that? Not that one. Not that one. There we go.
Carts. What I didn't mention is that if you miss any of the jumps and land on the tracks, instant death, dude. What I didn't mention is that if you miss any of the jumps and land on the tracks, instant death, dude.
Damn it. Do I use a designated editing keyboard? I don't know. I just use my regular ass keyboard. I had a company actually reach out to me and more or less offer me one of those, what do you call it? Editing decks? It's like a Twitch stream deck, but it can also be programmed for editing. And they're like, we'll just give you one of these. And all I could think was, I don't know how I would use this. Like, I know you can set up like certain hotkeys to instantly do something on that, but I don't know. I don't think that would be more comfortable for me than just having my hand on my own keyboard and having to reach over and hit a stream deck or whatever. So, I told him no thanks.
Can shoot you from off screen, and robots can infinitely spawn and chase after you. Instant death. Dudes can shoot you from off screen, and robots can off screen, and robots.
Sweet.
The producer thanks for that Twitch Prime sub. I really appreciate it.
And robots can infinitely spawn and chase after you. Spider-Man has way more bottomless pits.
Where's Spider-Man stage 2? Number 6? Stage 1.
Spider-Man has way more bottomless pits, as does Gambit.
There's one really funny Gambit death where I just fell to my death. Just like right when a fireball pops up out of nowhere. Just this whole section.
Pits, as does Gambit, and in storms, every single Gambit, and in storms, every single thing hurts. Hurts, including things you thought were in the background, and every single explosion.
I'm gonna mark that for later. It's a good storm death.
Including the ones you cause. Think Wolverines is complete?
I should play the Beavis and Butthead game. I actually have played that game. But I played it on Sega Genesis at my cousin's house. I remember just absolutely hating that game. It's one of those games where you could play it 2-player, but when you play it 2-player, you have like one health bar that's shared between you two. So if like one person just gets stuck somewhere or gets hit a lot and they die, you both lose, and there's like no lives or continues or anything like that. But like, you know, as a kid, we wanted to play it because, you know, it was Beavis and Butthead. Our parents don't want us to play that. Quick, let's go download it off the Sega channel. Which is exactly what we did. Hey, Ruth Raw, thanks for that resub.
completely straightforward? Surprise! Including the ones you cause. Think Wolverines is completely straightforward? Surprise! Buzzsaw to the nutsack. Why is it that when Wolverines is completely straightforward? Surprise! Buzzsaw to the nutsack. Why?
Yeah, definitely want that to happen sooner.
Surprise!
Right there.
Think Wolverines is completely straightforward? Surprise! Buzzsaw to the nutsack. Why is it that when Spider-Man gets hit, he gets the nutsack? Why is it that when Spider-Man gets hit, he gets flung Spider-Man gets hit, he gets flung backwards like 15 feet into and gets hit, he gets flung backwards like
Hey, MemeIQ, thank you so much for that resub. Just in the middle of a work stream. Sorry, I'm not doing anything too exciting, guys. I'm just really behind on stuff, which is, you know, par for the course.
flung backwards like 15 feet into the air. 15 feet into the air. Flung backwards like 15 feet into the air. Gambit doesn't react at all. Storm
Yeah, I need to show Storm getting zapped. Because it always hits her like 8 times in a row.
at all. Storm gets hit like 8 times in a row from everything.
Nah, come on, show one of the horizontal lightning zappy things. Because her body is so long from swimming. That's like that much more impossible to dodge it. Might be easier if I show it back on one of these. Not quite there. Come on. I know I got what I need somewhere in here. Here, maybe like right here.
Storm gets hit like 8 times in a row from everything. And when in a row from everything, and
Back to Cyclops. So I need a clean shot of him getting hit. It's just someone's bullet could do it. I need to have that without the camera whipping around. That's the hard part. Maybe right here. That's pretty quick, and I look right up afterwards. I'm gonna put it there. I know I can find a better one. I think actually here. Yeah, I like that one more.
everything. And when Cyclops gets hit, he looks into the camera like he's in The Office. And forever gets hit, he looks into the camera like. And when Cyclops gets hit, he looks into the camera like he's in. Everything. And when Cyclops gets hit, he looks into the camera like he's in The Office. And forever. Looks into the camera like he's in The Office. And for every single one of them, there. The camera like he's in The Office. And for the camera like he's in The Office. And for every gets hit, he looks into the camera like he's in The Office. Camera like he's in The Office. And for every camera like he's in The Office. And for every
right there. Okay.
Office, and for every single one of them, there are no checkpoints. You have to be.
Ooh, no. It's a good one to show a checkpoint death. First stop was Wolverine. Did I make it to the boss in the first attempt there? I might actually. Yeah, sure enough. I know I got a Spider-Man death somewhere in there, right? Or do I crush it? Nope, I'm too good. That's why I beat the first boss. I know I've got way more of it. Let's back up a second. Somewhere in here I do.
Office, and for every single one of them, there are there are no checkpoints. You have to beat them. There are no checkpoints. You have single one of them, there are no checkpoints. You have to beat each stage in one go. Remember how Spider-Man had 3 one go? Remember how
The Gamma Jester, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate it.
one go. Remember how Spider-Man had 3 bosses alone die at any Remember how Spider-Man had 3 bosses alone die at any of them and boom, back to them and boom, them and boom. At any of them and boom, back to the beginning. Don't screw up a single Cyclops beginning. Don't
Don't know how you can edit videos with music in the background. Well, I only have music in the background because otherwise chat will say, you should put on music in the background. It's too quiet and awkward. So I put music on that's very, very quiet so that people in the chat don't complain about it. No, but for real, like every single time I do an editing stream, there's always someone who shows up in the chat in the middle of it while I'm just trying to like put down assembly footage. Just being like, hey Jared, you should put on music in the background while you're doing this. And it's like, really? That would benefit me? That's what I want? That's what I need right now? Is that what I need? I myself personally need background music while I need to focus on the audio and visual of my production. You're right, I need that.
Don't screw up a single Cyclops jump. Don't.
There's a better jump. There's literally one where I jump and I get hit like in midair and just fall to my death. From like one of the falling stalactites. This part. And I've got this one, but I've already used this exact same spot before. Where is it? There we go. That's better. We'll go with that one.
Don't screw up a single Cyclops jump. Don't. Don't screw up a single Cyclops jump. Don't.
There we go. Hey, Proxy Moron. Thank you, Unit Code. I appreciate it.
Don't get lost in storms underwater. Don't get lost in storms underwater maze. Don't. Don't move too slow as Gambit.
Yeah, there's Spike Ball Death. The Gambit.
Forms underwater maze. Don't move too slow as Gambit. Don't.
Alright, I need this fucker to hit me with a pie. Oh, just running from it could be kind of funny. Definitely used this particular clip before. There was a, when I was doing the gameplay series, there actually was a single instant where I just got straight hit by a pie out of, like, fucking nowhere. Uh-oh. Now Premiere is hacking up. Premiere? Uh-oh. Glad I saved it. See, this is why on your keyboard, your left pinky should always be on Control and your forefinger should always be on S. Yeah, I've got my autosave interval up high too, but I'm also just always manually slapping Control S. I just don't trust it. Alright, Wolverine get hit by a pie. Here we go. I had one of those moments somewhere in here. Maybe this guy. Well, I kind of kill him at the same time. Don't really see the pie hit. Right here.
Gambit, don't get hit by a pie as Wolverine. Gambit, don't get hit by a pie as Wolverine. You have 3 lives. Wolverine, you have 3 lives and 0 continue. Lives and three lives and 0 continue. 0 and 0 continues. Not 3 lives each.
Yeah, this is the SNES version.
Continues. Not 3 lives each. 3 lives between.
Already got 1 billion lives. Yeah, don't die at the opening stage at all. Kind of hinders some things.
Each 3 lives between them all. That's why I never beat this game. Having to start over upon all. That's why. All. That's.
Ugh, that jump. Remember renting Mutant Apocalypse? Mutant Apocalypse is actually kind of tight. It was, it reminded me a lot of, like, the Marvel Superheroes War of the Gems on Super Nintendo.
That's why I never beat this game. Having to start over upon every single death. Running out of lives and getting sick of having to redo the... Getting sick of having lives and... Death. Running out of lives and getting sick of having... Getting sick of having to redo the intro stage over and over and over again just exhausted me into submission. Submission. Mission. Thankfully, there is a single exploit you can take advantage of on Gambit's levels, and there is a single exploit you can take advantage of on On Gambit's levels, and only Gambit's levels, you can collect 100 of these star things to earn a 1-up. However, there is a single star to earn a 1-up. However, there up. However, there is a single star here that is glitched and won't vanish if you hit it at an angle. You can jump over it and back repeatedly to rack up hundreds of stars and free lives. Do this until you're crushed to death. Lives. 3 lives. Do this until you're crushed to death. Do this until you're crushed to death. Rinse. Do this until you're crushed to death. Rinse. Hundreds of stars and free lives. Do this until you're crushed to death. Lives. Do this.
Gotta be a better one in there somewhere. Yeah, first couple times I accidentally pick up the star.
Free lives. Do this until you're crushed to death. Rinse. Crushed to death. Rinse. 3 lives. Do this until you're crushed to death. Rinse and repeat. I did this until I got over. Over 30 lives. That ought to be plenty. Also, $30 lives. That ought to be plenty. Also, I want to point out the rather hilarious death scream that all the X-Men do.
Da-da-da. Nah. Dum bada boom. Alright, we need a funny death scream. Probably not Cyclops, because a lot of his comes from being electrocuted. Here works.
X-Men do. Also, I want to point out the rather hilarious death scream that all the X-Men do. The X-Men do.
Whoops.
X-Men do. And that Storm's death. And that storm.
Alright, I'd say that clip of the storm scream. Right in there.
Or haunting. Or more haunting.
Good. Alright. Alright, so I just need to put together these two sections. And then my assembly footage should be, well, near complete. I got a couple of small things I need to grab, but this would put me into a pretty good spot. Still got a lot more editing to do for sure, though. I have all the live action filmed. I just need to pop all of them in between. I was planning on trying to make this a shorter video, like a 12-minute, just real quick shit on X-Men and Spider-Man video. And yeah, it's definitely going to end up closer to like 18. Whoopsie doodle. In the meantime, I should start trying to log on to Final Fantasy because I want to play that tonight, and it's going to take me a few hours of just logging on. Right? Don't look at my password. Not allowed to do that. Shush. $4,500. Yeah, that's about right. All right, well, let's let that get started while I keep on editing. Let me go use the restroom. I'm gonna be right back, everybody. Be right back. All right. Did I error out? Nope. All right.
Has no right having
This is where I talk about the music.
music this good. These are full-on compositions, not just quick looping 40-second.
You're SNES drunk? That's a different YouTube channel.
It has
Ask a serious question, get a serious answer. What game do I hate playing more? Final Fantasy 13 or Kingdom Hearts 3? Final Fantasy 13. I don't feel I need the need to justify myself there. That is your answer.
It has no right having music this good. These are full-on compositions, not just quick looping 40-second melodies. The bass line in every the bass The bass line in every Spider-Man level is tight. I don't know of any other Super Nintendo game that has
I need to go through
I don't
all this because I'm talking about the music a lot.
know of any other Super Nintendo game that has percussion that sounds this clean. Listen to the hi-hat. The soundtrack is standalone incredible, and it makes having to replay every level sting a bit less because at least they jam. Well, except for Wolverines, since, you know, they jam. Well,
Red Robot with a tier 3 resub. Thank you so much. Yeah, right there works.
Man has to fight 3 bosses. You know, Marines. Damn. Well, except for Wolverines, since, you know. Spider-Man has to fight 3 bosses. Cyclops.
All right.
Spider-Man has to fight 3 bosses.
Oops.
Spider-Man has to fight 3 bosses.
Which clip did I actually beat Cyclops' level in? Oh, I should have find the Cyclops here, so.
Three bosses. Cyclops fights a Sentinel. Storm fights a Sentinel. Storm fights nothing.
How much of the script I record I get cut from the final cut? Well, I'm nowhere near the final cut. So far, nothing. And yeah, JRP, this soundtrack was done by Greg and Tim Fallon. Or Jeff and Tim Fallon.
Storm fights nothing. Storm fights nothing. Gambit fights a king while Cyclops fights a Sentinel. Storm fights nothing. Gambit fights a king while he has a Jack 2 offsuit. And Wolverine fights... Dude, I don't... And Wolverine fights... Dude, I don't know. I think this is supposed to be Apocalypse. It took me 12 attempts at this. It took... It took... It took me 12 attempts at this boss battle alone. I haven't even talked about all of their second levels yet, because they get to be even alone. I haven't even talked about all of their battle alone. I haven't even talked about all of their second levels yet, because they get to be even more bullshit. Spider-Man has even more.
No! Premiere, why do you do this? I just need to get my RAM improved or something.
Shit. Spider-Man has even more bottomless pits, requiring a lot more web swings of faith and enemies off-screen pelting you away, and at the same time, rain with heavy winds that push pelting you away, and at the same time, rain with heavy winds requiring a lot more web swings of faith and enemies off you away, and at the same time rain with heavy winds that push you in whatever direction. It doesn't shit. Spider-Man has even more bottomless pits, requiring a lot more web swings of faith and enemies off-screen pelting you away, and at the same time, rain with heavy winds that push you in whatever direction. It doesn't
All right. That's some bullshit. Part where I fight something, but the wind push is fucking me up really bad.
It doesn't just push, it makes you face that direction, which can completely
What's the boss fight? I think like right here. Yeah, that's closer to what I want to show.
It doesn't just push, it makes you face that direction, which can completely screw up your web shop. Or direction. It doesn't just push, it makes you face that direction, which can completely screw up your web shots. Lots and lots of falling to my death here. And at the end of it all, 2 bosses at this death here. And at
Oh, where's that bullshit part where I tried to web swing and I got hit into an explosion, fell and died? That's a perfect example of bullshit. Not here. I think this is where I actually get to the boss. Yeah. So I'll hold on to that for the boss fight part.
up your web shots. Lots and lots of falling to my death here. And at
There we go.
the end of it all, 2 bosses at the same time. Carnage and Rhino. Rhino runs back and forth and rams all 2 bosses. And at the end of it all, 2 bosses at the same time. Carnage and Rhino. Rhino runs Carnage and Rhino. Rhino Rhino runs back and forth and rams the wall. Rhino runs back and forth and rams the wall, making you fall down on your ledge automatically. And Carnage automatically. And automatically. And Carnage jumps around shooting back at you. Only he's invincible some of the time. Honestly, I couldn't figure him out, so I out, so I just kept shooting off screen, hoping for the best, until I heard him die. Until So I just kept shooting off screen, hoping for the best, until I heard him die. And with Rhino, until I heard him. So I just kept shooting off screen, hoping for the best, until I heard him die. And with Rhino,
Hey, Red Mage.
till I heard him die. And with Rhino, you web swing into him. But man, after like 2 hours and dozens of lives later, I've officially gotten farther in this game. Dozens of lives later, I've
Yeah, well done, Spidey screen.
I've officially gotten farther in this 2 hours and dozens of lives. Dozens of lives later, I've officially gotten farther in this game than I ever have in my entire life. Cyclops. Ever have in my entire life.
Well done, Spidey. Gamma Jester, thank you for 100 bits. Red Mage also dropping 100 bits. Thank you, guys. We're getting there. Oh, glad you're enjoying the Zelda randomizer, Qualls. I've been pretty happy with how many people have been watching the Ocarina of Time randomizer. I think I've been liking it more than the what's the last one I did? The Link to the Past inverted randomizer. Inverted randomizer wasn't nearly as exciting, but Ocarina of Time's been cool. Ugh. You guys just have ever any of those days where you wake up and you say to yourself, I don't want to do anything. That's me, most days. Now, speaking of Ocarina of Time.
Cyclops has even more leaps of faith and way more enemies to kill.
Where did I beat Cyclops this freaking level? Was it here? It must have been here. Yeah. What's a part that's a straight leap of faith? We gotta find another sentinel. Leave that there for now. Here.
Life. Cyclops has even more leaps of faith and way more enemies to kill. Leaps of faith and leaps of faith and way more enemies to kill, including yet another sentinel, and then once including yet another sentinel, and then once you beat his second stage, bonus, then once you beat and then once you beat his second stage, once you beat his second stage, bonus third level. Third level versus a giant sentinel. Frustration aside, this is actually a pretty decent boss fight, as it This is actually a pretty decent boss fight, as it loses chunks of itself as you blast them off. This sentinel shoots them off. This sentinel can't. Storm second. And those blast them off. This sentinel shoots missiles, energy balls, and those surprise prank snakes that pop out of cans. Storm's second stage is largely the same as
Red Mage, come with that Twitch Prime resub. Thank you so much.
Storm's second stage is largely the same as her first, only more maze-like and even more water to go through. The boss...
I feel like my audio is really peaky at times.
First, only more maze-like and even more water to go through. The boss, if you can call it that, at the end is blasting these orb things. Again, not too bad as long as you manage your air. And then there's Wolverine's second stage. By far the most aggravating bullshit of them all. The entire level is you running
Alright, so where did I first start attempting Juggernaut here?
And then there's Wolverine's second stage. By far the most aggravating bullshit of them all. The entire level is you running from the Juggernaut. Is you running from the Juggernaut. Along the way, you cut down running from the Juggernaut. Along the way, running from the Juggernaut. Along the way, you cut Juggernaut. Along the way, you cut down anvils and whatever to slow him down, all while killing enemies. From the Juggernaut. Along the way, you cut down anvils and whatever to slow him down.
I need that little bit for later.
All while killing enemies, clawing through walls, and avoiding ball pits. Enemies, clawing through walls, and
That ball pit death.
avoiding ball pits. Why? Because the ball pits are instant death. The ball pits are instant death. And avoiding ball pits. Why? Because the ball pits are instant death.
Alright, good. How am I doing? Still at 32. How many attempts did it take? I don't know. I lost count. It was a lot. It was a lot. Yeah. I'm tired and I don't want to do anything for the rest of my life. Servers still overfull? Oh yeah. That hasn't changed. Being cold doesn't help that. No, it really doesn't. There was a long while I was actually really good about exercising and working out at home. And I was actually like doing much better and feeling better about myself. But then ever since like the heater broke, it's just so cold that like I can like barely fucking move or do anything if I'm not just immediately in front of my heater. So I just like fell out of it really hard. Did I get my heat fixed? No. Heat is not fixed. Bad wind? We had super bad wind last night. Like, I'm surprised I didn't lose power last night. Because it was that bad.
If the Juggernaut catches up to you at any point, he'll also instantly kill you.
Am I in Seattle? Yep. I know I need that part for later.
If the Juggernaut catches up to you at any point, he'll also instantly kill you. So run and run and run. So run and run and run, slowing him down, and when you finally get to the end, a ball pit. A ball pit you cannot pass. And when the Juggernaut reaches it, you die. Jump into the ball pit to trick him and ball pit you cannot pass. And when the Juggernaut reaches it, you die. Jump into the ball pit to trick him into going into it, also death. No, you have to kill death. No, you have to.
Okay.
No, you have to kill the Juggernaut before the end of the level or you die. I got stuck here for hours.
This is when I started running out of lives. Look, I'm down to 6.
I got stuck here for hours. Remember when I said...
This is all footage from the gameplay series. I've not recorded anything new.
I got stuck here for hours. Remember when I said 30 lives? Remember when I said 30 lives? Remember when I said 30 lives should be enough? Nope!
What is usually turnaround when you're done editing versus posting a video? It always kind of depends, Omka. Like, if I finish editing a video, I usually try to have it out in like the next day or two. But for a lot of my videos, you know, a lot of times there's sponsor spots for them. And when you have a sponsor spot, you need to send it over to them for approval first. So I do have a sponsor for this video. So I'm going to get it done. I'm going to send over the final product.
Sweet.
To which they'll only watch their sponsored spot because they don't care about anything else. And then they'll either approve it or disapprove it. So when that happens, I'll finish a video, send it over, and then it's going to take like 2-3 days for them to get back to me. I've had them sometimes take like an entire week, and that was awful. Qualls to the Wall was my favorite game I played this year. I feel like if I answered that, it would spoil my top 10 games of 2021 video.
I thankfully did not beat Gambit's first stage on purpose, just in case I needed more lives. Be enough? Nope! Nope! I thankfully did not.
Did I record and send my sponsor spot first and send it off before then start the actual video? Not usually, because you know they want to see what the content and context that their sponsor spot's also for. I could be like, oh yeah, here's your sponsor spot, and then you know the entire video could just be me being like, you know what, maybe Hitler had some good ideas, y'all, but that wouldn't be like, that part kind of counts. What I have done before is like I would have the sponsor spot done and I would like send it over for approval, knowing that I still had some like polishing I myself wanted to do. I was like, yeah, video's done, but I'm like, nah, I'm gonna keep like tweaking some edits or music or sound effects or whatever here and throughout.
Nope! I thankfully did not beat I thankfully did not beat Gambit's first stage on purpose, just in case I needed more lives. And I did! So to kill Juggernaut, you... I did! So... To kill Juggernaut, you cannot miss a single...
Is 14 up for me yet? No, God, no. I'm still at 28-37.
And I did! So to kill Juggernaut, you cannot miss a single one of these anvils to drop down. But for whatever reason, some of these are just fake. You fake. So to kill a single one of these anvils to drop down. But for whatever reason, some of these are just fake. You can't cut them down. I would... cut them down. I would claw them over and over and it just wouldn't happen. Why would they do this? Juggernaut over and it just wouldn't happen. Why would they do this? Juggernaut has to hit these things. Juggernaut has to hit these things, and on top of that, you have... You have to stab him. A lot. Like a lot. There's no speeding to the end here. It's basically a countdown timer to you doing enough.
A fucking pie.
to you doing enough damage to kill him. After dozens of attempts and all the stabbing I could possibly do, he still wouldn't die. And that's because
Oh, it's my favorite Metroid song. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun.
he still wouldn't die. And that's because just cutting these things, that's because just cutting these things down isn't good enough. You have to time it so so that you slice the ropes, they fall, and they have to land on the juggernaut in order to get enough damage in to have a chance at beating him. This is the absolute worst level. You cannot miss a single thing. Okay, there's still Gambit. Single thing. Okay. Level. You cannot miss a single thing. Okay. Okay.
Okay. How did I learn to edit videos? I took a class in school. Like first started learning how to edit videos in high school, where my school was privileged enough to have a video editing or video production class, and that's how I learned about composition, basic editing skills, rule of thirds. That was back using DV tapes, so I had to learn about time codes and converting footage and things like that. And then it was just something that I kept personally doing because I liked doing video stuff, and everything after high school is self-taught. What kind of tape? DV tape. Digital video tape. You ever see like somewhere between just digital cameras and VHS cameras. It was like the little mini DV tapes. Cut my teeth on that. Watch all the later parts of his stages. But I guess whatever. Hey Sonny, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, there's still Gambit. Thankfully, all my attempts at gaining extra lives made it easier. Attempts at gaining. Thankfully. Gambit. Thankfully, all my. Thankfully, all my attempts at gaining extra lives made it easier for me to blitz through it. But even towards the end, before the boss, I'm still getting low on life. Easier for me to blitz through it. But even. But even towards the end, before the boss, I'm still getting low on life and cards and getting low on life and. Even towards the end, before the boss, I'm still getting low on life and cards and. Yo, look at all these power-ups I can get! Stars, more cards, more life. I'm gonna get. Oh my god. Oh my god. You can't. It's impossible to get these. Stars, more cards, more life. I'm gonna get. Oh my god. Oh my god. God, you can't. It's.
Really got footage of me attempting to grab that stuff. There we go.
You can't. It's impossible to get these power-ups up here. Even if you destroy the blocks properly, Gambit can't jump high enough to get up in there. There's no other way in. These are all fake. Are you kidding me? The game is fucking with me. Yeah. I no longer trust anything that comes next. I'm getting as many lives as
Where was I getting low on lives? Since we're at 12. We're at 6.
Yeah, I no longer trust anything that comes next. I'm getting as many lives as possible because I refuse to lose here. So I'm gonna get some more. Let's go with another cool...
Do I show myself getting 80 lives? Yeah.
Life sounds good. I was able... 80? 80 lives sounds good. I was able to kill the card boss.
There we go. Oh yeah, if you look up a speedrun of this game on YouTube, you can do the whole thing in like 25 minutes.
And the second stage is an auto-scroller, but going...
Alright, gotta show me killing the king boss.
Sounds good. I was able to kill the card boss, and the second stage is an auto-scroller, but going up. It's a lot of the same trappings as the previous stage, only you have to guess which side to go. Only you have to guess. Only you have to guess which side to go up on. Because if you choose wrong, you're trapped and you're dead. Wrong, you're. If you choose wrong, you're trapped and you're dead. Look. Choose wrong, you're trapped and you're dead. Who's wrong? You're trapped and you're dead. Look at this. They even put a bunch of power-ups. Dead. Look. Look at this. They even put a bunch of power-ups at a dead end just to further insult you. Why? Look at this. They even put a bunch of power-ups at a dead end just to further insult you. Why does the queen card look...
I'm gonna shrink that one a bit. Like 190. Bring it up.
This. They even put a bunch of power-ups at a dead end just to further insult you. Why does the queen card look like it wants to further insult you? Why does the Why does the queen card look like it wants to suck me off? Does the king card look at me the same way? Why does the queen card look like it wants to suck me off? Does the king card look at me? Does the king...
I don't know if I got a clear shot of a king. Doesn't look like it. Sometimes they just don't animate in the background. Might move some of those around. Maybe we'll work it there.
Does the king card look at me the same way? King card look at me the same way? Yup. 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 The same way? Yup. The odd
Yeah, let's get a little more breathing room.
way? Yup. The auto scroller goes. Yup. The auto scroller goes. Auto scroller goes for way longer than it should, and you really start to feel it since you have to start over. Start to feel it since you have.
Ma'am?
Since you have to start over after every death. Of course, there's another boss at the end of every death. Of course, there's another boss at the end of this stage, and it's giant robot lady? They might supposed to be the Hellfire Club, but I have no idea. But hey, with her finally... I have no idea. But...
Cat, thank you so much for $50. Making the mercury bubbles blast. I really appreciate it. Ugh. We're getting there.
But hey, with her finally defeated, it's... Defeated, it's...
Couldn't pay me to have that lady suck me off? I don't know. Blowjob to blowjob, am I right?
Another Cyclops stage? Oh, come on! At least it's short and... Oh. Cyclops stage? Oh, come on! At least it's short and... Oh, now we're... Oh, it's Another Cyclops stage? Oh, come on! At least it's... At least it's short and... Oh, now Wolverine. Oh. At least it's short and... short and... Oh, now Wolverine. Oh. Oh, now... Wolverine. Oh, okay, this is kind of neat. Now, every character runs through a short level to make their way to the final showdown with a... Kind of neat. Now, every character runs through a short level to... level to make their way to the final showdown with Arcade. You want to know the crazy part? Storm part?
Farmcat, thanks for hooking up Nightbot with that sub.
Storm has a... normal level. Look, she can shoot light. Look, she can. Level. Look, she can. She can shoot lightning in every direction and jumps every direction. She can shoot lightning in every direction. Lightning. She can shoot lightning in every direction. Look, she can shoot lightning in every direction and jumps super high. This is great and so much more fun than any of her swimming garbage. Why couldn't they just have her, like, much more fun than any of...
Hop back, show Swimming Storm for a second, just to remind everyone that that's what her levels were and what they could have been.
her swimming garbage? Why couldn't they just have her?
Excuse me.
Why couldn't they just have her like this the whole time? And sure enough, it's a final showdown with the man himself, Arcade. It's a final showdown with a... Sure enough, it's a final showdown with the man himself, Arcade. Arcade. And by man himself, I mean a giant tank of him. You have to play Spider-Man for this part. Of him. You have to play Spider-Man for this part. Just do your best to shoot the machine. But don't worry, the X-Men are here to help. Shoot the machine. But don't
I guess that first part's probably my best one.
shoot the machine. But don't worry, the X-Men are here to help. Sort of. If you get near them on the side. Machine. But don't worry, the X-Men are here to help. Sort of. If you get near them on the side, they'll each do a... But don't worry, the X-Men are here to help. Sort of. If you get near them on the side, they'll each do a single attack to act like they're helping. They're basically worthless, especially...
Farmcat, getting out sub to Rai.
They're basically worthless, especially Wolverine, who only has... They're basically worthless, especially Wolverine, who only has melee range, and he doesn't even have his claws out. Eventually... They're basically worthless, especially Wolverine, who only has melee range, and he doesn't even have his claws out. Eventually... out. Eventually, the tank explodes into a springy arcade robot, and that... And that blows up into several more arcade robots. And when they die, it's several more arcade robots. And when they... And when they die, it's finished. More arcade robots. And when they die, and when they die, it's finished. And when they die, it's finished. Arcade appears on the...
Look at all their asses. Like, damn, Cyclops. What am I doing? 1369! Nice.
The screen says he's blowing up the complex. The screen says he's blowing up the complex. Screen says he's blowing up the complex. Kaboom! They all jump out in a dramatic explosion. Only now Storm's wearing the wrong. Only now Storm's wearing the wrong outfit. Only now Storm. Only now. Only now Storm's wearing the wrong outfit. You think he got out? You can count. You think he got out? You can count on it. Come on. Let's go home. On it. Come on. Let's go home. And then
We're almost done.
game over. Title over. Over. Title screen. Wow. Title screen. Wow. The developers didn't even want credits to put their names in.
Oh, we got there. Boom! Assembly footage. We did it. Oh, my hands are so cold. There we go. That's pretty good for today. Getting all the assembly footage down. I got a little bit extra stuff to find with like comic book pages and images and whatnot, but this is pretty much what I wanted to get done today. And then I'll be able to do much more tomorrow. Tomorrow's probably also going to be an editing stream, because I want to get this done. Like I said, the sponsor wants it. And I'm trying to get this out in a semi-timely manner. Oh, there you go. All right. So with that, I'm going to just leave. I'm out. Thank you guys for hanging out while I did some work, especially for all the subs, all the gifted subs, all the bits. Thank you guys. Much appreciated. But I'm going to go now. I will catch you guys all some other time. Tomorrow, like I said, probably editing more of this. So if you want to come on by for that, feel free. But otherwise, I am taking off. You guys have yourselves a good rest of your night. Thanks again.